Good evening, everyone. The regular board meeting is called to order at 5:03 PM. Roll call, please. Ms. Amaker.
President Weinstein,
Present.
Vice President Wallach.
Here.
Clerk
Here.
Wood.
Here.
Trustee Kelly.
Here.
Trustee Scott.
Here.
Trustee Kermode.
Here.
Trustee Napier is absent. Superintendent Larson Everson. Present. And I'm Idalia Amaker.
Thank you. Please stand and join me in the flag salute and a moment of reflection. Public comments for closed session. Member of the public will be given an opportunity to speak on closed session items at this time. Persons wishing to address the board under this item should fill out one of the request forms at the back of the room on the counter. Are there any comments for closed session? Okay, this evening we will have two closed session items. Number one is conduct student discipline discussion and hearing under Ed Code Section 48900. Per Education Code 35146 and 48918, subsection C, the Education Code requires closed sessions in these cases to prevent disclosure of confidential student record information. Student Case 2021-2022, number 3. The second item, we will conduct student discipline discussion and hearing under Education Code Section 48900. Student Case 2021-2022, number 4. Now we will adjourn to closed session at 5:06 PM. Thank you. Okay, we're back. We are reconvening to open session at 6:21 PM. There are 2 items to report out from closed session. Item number 1 is student case number 3. Student case number 3 has been expelled with a motion by trustee Weinstein and a second by trustee Wood. Roll call vote, please, Ms. Amaker.
President Weinstein,
Aye.
Vice President Wallach,
No.
Clerk Wood,
Aye.
Trustee Kelly,
Aye.
Trustee Scott,
Aye.
Trustee Kermode,
Aye.
Motion carries. Student case number 4 has been expelled with a motion by trustee Kermode and a second by trustee Wallach. Roll call vote, please, Ms. Amaker.
President Weinstein,
Aye.
Vice President Wallach,
Aye.
Clerk Wood,
Aye.
Trustee Kelly,
Aye.
Trustee Scott,
Aye.
Trustee Kermode,
Aye.
Okay, approval of the agenda. Is there any discussion regarding the agenda? Do I have a motion to approve tonight's agenda?
I'll make the motion.
Second?
Second.
Roll call vote.
President Weinstein,
Aye.
Vice President Wallach,
Aye.
Clerk Wood,
Aye.
Trustee Kelly,
Aye.
Trustee Scott,
Aye.
Trustee Kermode,
Aye.
Sorry. Superintendent Larson Everson, do you have an update for us this evening?
I do. Thank you, President Weinstein. I'm going to let Mr. McKay get that up there for us. Good to see everybody here tonight. So we'll go ahead and start with enrollment. Left-hand column is last year's enrollment. Right-hand column is this year's enrollment. And as of week 41, ending on June 3rd, we had 222 students more enrolled this year than we did at this time last year. Going on to the next slide, just a brief look at attendance. As you can see, this is for the week of May 16th through May 20th. That's the top line there. And then the second line is year to date. And as we see a trend statewide, no different here in TUSD, that due to COVID, we've really had struggles with attendance this year because when students have symptoms or had a COVID case within their household, they needed to stay out of school. So very challenging times as far as school attendance goes. We know how important it is for kids to be in school and learning. So we hope to see this trend continue upward as we enter into the 22-23 school year. Next slide, please. Just a quick update on the new after-school program at JMS that we're partnering with Boys and Girls Club. We just started this program when we returned from the spring break, and at the end of school, we ended with 47 students enrolled. So we feel that that's a big win and are really proud of the work that went into launching the program. And just a shout out to Dr. Porter and her team for getting this up and going and bringing this new and expanded service to our middle school students. Next slide, please. Another hooray to share. TILA is officially a TUSD school. We're proud to announce that on June 3rd, we received notice from the California Department of Education that our application to establish the Tehachapi Independent Learning Academy was approved. And the TILA team are in the process of moving over to the Tehachapi Education Center now. And our current update on enrollment for the blended program is 33 students at this point in time, and we have 27 students for the classic model. Next slide, please. Want to offer up some congratulations for some outstanding students and senior athletes. First, we have Bryce Rodriguez, who will be swimming for Olivet Nazarene University. Next is Olivia Ringel. Olivia will attend and swim for St. Mary's in Leavenworth, Kansas. Next is Elijah Graves, a wrestler. Eliza will attend Vanguard University. And then finally, up there, we have Alana Riggs, and Alana will attend the Coast Guard Academy. So we're very proud of all these students and wish them well in their new endeavors, and they're off to a great start and hopefully a wonderful future. Next slide, please. Thank you. Just a quick roundup of photos of a lot of year-end events and activities that took place as the school year came to an end. We were delighted to have held prom this year, which was a really special event and means a lot to our students to have these kinds of activities on campus and with their peers. We also held our open house on all of our elementary campuses, and there were a lot of celebratory and fun events as the school year closed out. So we're really grateful to not be in the same kind of COVID conditions that prevented these types of activities from happening last year. Next slide, please. So on to promotion and graduation. We want to say again, congratulations to the graduating class of 2022. We are really very proud of all their accomplishments. Of course, our school year culminates with the promotion of our students and the graduation ceremony for our seniors. And this class of 2022, it was great to have many of our board members there, along with parents and families, and of course, our seniors. And we're looking forward to see all that they accomplish in the future. Next slide, please. Want to get to introduce you this evening to a few special individuals, our 3 co-valedictorians. I believe that we have 2 of them here this evening with us. So we're going to start with Ainsley. And Ainsley, if you don't mind coming up just for one more time, we get to talk about how great you are. You can stand right up here by the podium and bask in the glory of all you've accomplished. And next year, you'll be seeing Ainsley up here on our banners here in the boardroom. But let me introduce you to Ainsley Alsbury. She's graduating with a 4.47 GPA. She was accepted into many colleges, but chose to attend her dream school, UC Davis, where she will major in cell biology. From a young age, Ainsley has been fascinated with science, biology in particular. Her specific areas of biological interest are the complexity of interactions between organisms in our world and the intricate function of microscopic organisms. After college, Ainsley would like to work in a lab on a research team. Please join me in congratulating Ainsley Alsbury. Congratulations and best of luck. Next up, Mr. Saul Gracian, if you would please come up. So let me tell you a little bit about Saul. Saul was accepted into 9 universities, which include UC Berkeley, UC San Diego, UC Irvine, University of San Diego, Loyola Marymount, Cal Poly Pomona, Cal State Fullerton, and San Diego State University. Out of all these incredible, prestigious universities, Saul has chosen to attend Cal Poly San Luis Obispo and study civil engineering. He chose Cal Poly because of its exceptional engineering programs and its hands-on approach to learning. Saul loves Cal Poly's motto of learn by doing. Please help us in congratulating Saul. And although he's not here with us this evening, it's my privilege to introduce you to our final co-valedictorian, Tyler Regan. Tyler chose to attend ASU. His overall GPA that he's graduating with is 4.3265. And he is excited about the culture and academic opportunities that ASU provides. After earning his degree, he plans to pursue a career in the FBI or animation. He's looking forward to his time at ASU to help shape his career path. So let's all please congratulate Tyler Regan. So I do want to say congratulations to all 3 of our co-valedictorians. They've made us proud, not just because of their GPAs, You have made us proud, not just because of your GPAs, but because of the fine young adults that you are. I've had the privilege of very peripherally getting to observe you interacting with students, your peers, as well as younger students, as you role modeled and handed out those 8th grade promotion certificates. And your poise, your compassion, your grit, I see it all there, and just think that you're amazing. So we wish you well, and we're really proud of all that you've accomplished. Next slide, please. All right, now we're on to this month's bulletin boards that highlight our 2022 Employee of the Year and Retirement Celebration, and Dr. Romero.
Good evening. It's nice to see you all. At our last board meeting, we had the privilege to honor our district and site employees of the year, as well as some retirees. So on May 18th, we got to have a celebratory dinner at Roadhouse and also be able to honor them there. So the first board shows our district employees of the year, who is Sandy Resendez. She's our classified employee of the year. And then our certificated employee of the year is Mr. Hollis Kimbrough. The second board will display pictures from that evening of our celebratory dinner. The words that are surrounding our district employee of the year are descriptive words and phrases that were taken directly from the nomination forms of the employees. So I know Trustee Scott and he's not up there anymore, and Trustee Kelly got to attend the dinner, so thank you. I hope you both enjoyed it, and that's what the bulletin boards are this month.
Thank you, Dr. Romero. Next slide, please. Quick reminder that our next regular board meeting is scheduled for June 28th. June is one of those special months where we have 2 regular meetings, as is called for due to the local control accountability plan and budgetary processes. So that regular meeting will begin at 5 p.m. And that wraps up my superintendent report for this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have a TAT update tonight?
Good evening. Is Trustee Kelly around still? Is he still up there?
I'm here.
Okay. All right. Good evening, President Weinstein, members of the school board, Superintendent Larson Everson, and Semper Fi, Trustee Kelly, and members of the public. My name is Val Bowman. I am president of TAT and a teacher who is happy to enjoy the summer holidays. As I stand here tonight, I feel like I have been in this boardroom an awful lot over the past couple of weeks. TAT would like to thank those of you who have spent so much time attending meetings and designing the new boundaries for the trustee board. There's a bigger picture at play, and the majority of school board trustees and attendees understand the importance of these meetings. As time-consuming as these meetings are, they're required and necessary, so this confusing process can be worked out. The boundary draw and trustee number determination has been taxing on everyone, and tempers have flared beyond the walls of this boardroom. On June 2nd in Centennial Plaza at Farmers Market, after I casually asked a TUSD board member if that person would be attending the meeting that evening, I was shocked as the board member loudly exclaimed in front of scores of people, and this is an exact quote, "Those board meetings are bullshit." I was stunned because I've never ever heard a board member be so disrespectful to the process. I shook my head, I couldn't believe it, and I kept on walking. This person, just like anybody who is elected to an office, makes a choice to run for the office. And as an elected community leader, there are specific expectations of the position. This democratic process requires proper representation, respect to peers, informed discussion, and an understanding of the rules and laws surrounding the topic. Without this, there will always be conflict with few results, which in the end will disrupt the educational process for everyone. The truth is, change is hard, and it's harder when it's forced. The redrawing of the trustee board areas was going to happen eventually, but it came sooner because of a potential lawsuit that could have taken hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars out of the district's coffers, thus affecting students and all staff. All types of boards, like school boards and HOAs and even more, statewide, are changing as quickly as we are due to the California Voting Rights Act. TAT appreciates the sacrifices board members have made. It's difficult to change plans, sacrifice time with family, and arrange to Zoom from far-off locations in order to work with the public to make the changes necessary to become more inclusive and move forward. Yet the majority of you have done it without public complaints while understanding the importance of the work. TAT would also like to thank the members of the public who have attended the school board and informational meetings. Time is precious for everyone. Your input and discussions are not only a part of the process, but are key to the final decision. We'd also like to thank the superintendent for her time regarding this matter. It is understood this is a part of your job, but it adds to your already existing obligations, thus taking time from your personal life too. So don't let your 15-hour days kill you. There's still a path to walk, and it will take a bit of time, but as all parties work together, this will be completed and it will benefit everyone. Finally, the majority of teachers are on summer break, and it's well-deserved. This has been an interesting year, to say the least. And the hope is next year is less complicated for all TUSD students and employees and parents and all of you too. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman. Do we have a CSEA update? Okay, how about a PTO update? Any communications from the board people would like to share?
Yes, I'd like to share one. I had the honor of attending the JMS promotion last month. I worked there a number of years, go Bulldogs. But I want to compliment Mr. Lowe. Is he here tonight, by the way? No? I want to compliment Mr. Lowe on his organization of that event. It was very exemplary, so I want to thank him.
We were lucky enough to get some decent weather too, because I've been to many graduations when they were cold and freezing. It was good.
But one thing didn't change, the glaring sun.
I would like to compliment the staff at Tehachapi High School. Had the pleasure of attending their graduation ceremony once again, and it was combined with the Tehachapi Adult School and Monroe High School. And certainly as an observer, it seemed to run perfectly. I didn't see any hiccups along the way. It was a long evening, but it was a great evening to see the full bleachers again and full attendance by the families of the graduates. It was a very nice evening, so thank you to the staff at Tehachapi High School.
I too got to attend the graduation at Tehachapi High School and can only add on to what Trustee Kermode said, that it was very well done, and cannot stress how nice it was to do that normal activity and have everything, be as it was. And it was very inspiring to hear the students, the class president, and just to see their excitement. It was a very good reminder of why we are all here. So appreciate it that got to do that this year. Okay, moving on. Recognition of students, staff, and community. Superintendent?
Yes, ma'am. So we moved the student recognitions into superintendent update as a little bit of, we were hoping it would be a time saver. Apologies for the long closed session at the start of the meeting, but I wanted to be able to give the students and family members an opportunity now that have places to go, things to do. If they need to get up and exit the boardroom, they might want to grab a cookie or some water on the way, but this would be the time to do so. Thank you.
Okay, item 7 on tonight's agenda, moving to a public hearing for the 2022-2023 proposed adopted budget and 2022-2023 LCFF budget overview for parents. As required by Education Code Section 72103, the board must hold a public hearing prior to the adoption of the 2022-2023 budget. The proposed budget has been available for public inspection from June 10th, 2022 through today, June 14th, 2022, at the TUSD District Office at 300 Robinson Street, Tehachapi, California. A public hearing will be held at this time. Accordingly, the regular meeting is adjourned at 6:42 p.m. to hold this public hearing on the 2022-23 proposed adopted budget and the LCFF budget overview for parents. Are there any public comments on item number 7? And I'm going through the yellow slips here to see if someone called out agenda item 7. I don't see one, but if you did and you have a public comment, please raise your hand. No public comments on agenda item 7, public hearing? Okay, hearing no comments, the public hearing is adjourned and the regular meeting is reconvened at 6:43 p.m. Thank you. Okay, agenda item 8, another public hearing for 2022-23. This one on the proposed local control and accountability plan. This requires the governing board to hold a public hearing on the LCAP to solicit public comment. The LCAP has been available for public inspection from 6/10/22 through today's date, 6/14/22, at the district offices at 300 South Robin Street in Tehachapi. A public hearing will now be held. The regular meeting is adjourned at 6:44 p.m. to hold this public hearing. Do we have any public comments on the LCAP? Any public comments on the LCAP? Okay, the public hearing is now adjourned and the regular meeting is reconvened at 6:44 p.m. Thank you. Okay. Agenda item 6, moving on to public comments. Public comments will be allowed. The president will recognize any member of the audience wishing to speak on items that are not on the agenda but directly related to school business. Pursuant to bylaw 9323, the board may limit comments to no more than 3 minutes per person. Public comment will also be allowed on specific items prior to action by the board. The president may allot time to those wishing to speak, but no action will be taken on matters presented, and there'll be no discussion of non-agenda items. If appropriate, the president or any member of the board may direct that a matter be referred to the superintendent's office for placement on a future agenda. Okay, we do have some public comments. I want to say a couple things. One, we got a full agenda tonight, so we will be holding closely to the 3-minute rule for public comment. If you have public comments related to an item that's going to be on the special meeting agenda on Thursday evening and you wish for possibly a couple more minutes of time, you might wait and do it then. But having said that, I'm going to call up Emily Van Andel. And Ryan's going to keep us honest on the time, help everyone to do that. Thank you, sir.
I have some packets, 2 per person, so when they're going around, they're color-coded pink and yellow, so you know which is, that you grab 2 different ones. My name is Emily Van Andel. I have never stood before you before to be a complainer, to be difficult or disrespectful, regardless of what some of you may think. I stand before you because I am passionate about this community, this school district, our special ed department, our students, and the services that we provide to our students. I also care about making sure that I have what I need to do my own job, where I'm placed in my job, making sure that it's where I can best meet our students' needs. I have not been renewed to continue as a speech pathologist for the upcoming school year. The reason given to me is that someone more qualified was hired in my place. As a certificated employee of this district, our contract assures me that I will not be replaced by someone with equal or lesser qualifications than myself. And in a meeting with the personnel director and superintendent on March 18th, the speech paths were assured that our job performance and experience would be factored in addition to our education. I asked for confirmation of my replacement's qualifications, and I have not been provided with any information. From what I can tell, looking at the May and June personnel reports, I can see that the district has hired 3 new SLPs. Additionally, 1 existing SLP will continue, as will our part-time SLP who provides support, does our preschool intakes, but does not carry a caseload. This makes a total of 4 SLPs to work directly with our students. TUSD will have at least 240 speech students in the fall, not counting new referrals, and Ed Code calls for a maximum caseload of 55. Do the math, and this means that TUSD must staff with a minimum of 5 SLPs, which is typical. We were short-staffed this year. Where's the 5th? I've heard from various reliable sources that our special ed department plans to continue contracting with 1 or more of the virtual SLPs. Could this be where the 5th SLP comes in? Last October 12, 2021, an MOU was approved by the TUSD School Board, which allows the district to contract with outside virtual speech paths. One reason it gives for this need is the district does not have adequate and qualified staff members to provide service to pupils with communication disorders. This MOU expires June 30th, 2022. At the 2-hour and 48-minute mark of the November 16, 2021 board meeting, our superintendent stated in reference to this MOU, just for clarification, this is not intended to replace long-term the position that was vacated at the start of the year, but intended to fill in the gap. So that begs the question, do TUSD and TAT have plans to extend this MOU for next year? And does TAT understand that if they agree to this, then they block 2 certificated members who are qualified and have experience in the job from working as speech pathologists? This defeats the whole purpose of TAT, to protect the right of certificated employees. Would TAT sabotage my right to work in this role by signing an MOU of this kind moving into next school year? To clarify, I am qualified to work in this role. I have met my waiver requirements and continue to pursue my education. I have the support of my colleagues and parents at Tompkins who have faith in me to do a quality job in this role. I have included a packet for you which includes my transcripts and other documents with the logistics of me working in this role. And I have also included a packet with a handful of testimonials from colleagues and parents. I can get more testimonials if you're not convinced that I am the right person for the job.
Thank you. Ms. Moraquin? Press the button.
Speak? Okay. My name is Jennifer Marquin, and I am the Mod Severe teacher for kindergarten to 2nd grade. I have worked at Cummings Valley, and currently I teach at Tompkins. At both of these schools, I have been led by 2 amazing principals that have challenged me to be a better teacher and a better person. They showed me what the motto "Students First" looks like by leading by example. This year, while taking on extra duties I wholeheartedly agreed to, it showed me that not all are students first. Decisions that would affect a student's academic trajectory are made carelessly with no regard to that of the long-term effects on these students. Coming back from pandemic teaching, both on Zoom and in class, really showed what a strong team can do to mitigate their learning loss. Ms. Van Andel, despite being on Zoom, has started building relationships and built on them despite the plastic barriers and masks. This year, while in person with less restrictions, the relationships have bloomed. I saw my students grow when we actually should have been racing to play catch up. At Tompkins, we had a team, a strong student-centered team that worked well together. We brainstormed behavior challenges, intermingling goals throughout disciplines to ensure generalized skills. When Emily told me that she and another speech specialist were displaced, I was sad and disappointed that the team we had built and the relationships would be damaged. However, I understand licensing laws and that we have to do these things. When I learned that others with her equal speech qualifications were hired, I was disheartened to learn that her years of service to the district, her devotion to the students of Tompkins Elementary, and the relationships she built during one of the hardest seasons of teaching we have seen as educators were not enough. I do not pretend to understand the inner workings of a school district. However, I am very practiced in small-town politics. Our students deserve to have decisions that are researched, workshopped, and made with children first, not numbers. They deserve service providers, teachers, and administrators who will fight to keep them first. Schools Legal protects the district, TAT protects the teachers, but who will protect the students?
Thank you. Mr. Kaminsky, do you have a comment now or on agenda item 7? Or both?
I had public comments, and also if I could make public comments for the consent agenda, which happens to be Roman numeral 7.
Okay.
Okay. Good evening, Board. Tonight you have many contracts to approve, a budget with projections to listen to, along with 2 separate closed sessions. I would have hoped you have studied all the attachments of contracts, budgets, personnel reports, etc. Before I continue, there is something you may not be aware of. The superintendent provides enrollment figures that look very positive as she is comparing this year's month enrollment to the same point as last year's. What she does not do is compare the current enrollment to the beginning of the school year, specifically to her August 24th, 2021 report. These numbers are good numbers, as no shows, students that haven't shown up but were still enrolled, have been removed from the rolls by then. Using numbers strictly from that report and from tonight's, enrollment has decreased from that August 24th report by 126 students. There is a positive. Elementary enrollment at the 3 schools together is up 15. The negative, JMS is down 30, THS and Monroe are down 89 and 22 respectively. In all, the secondary schools are down 141 students from 2 weeks into the school year until June 3rd. I would expect that the board would be very concerned about this, especially as it's deficit spending, and it's already been reported about the declining enrollment from year to year to year. Another concern I had in looking at the, well, that's on the consent agenda, sorry. Finally, at last week's special meeting on June 9th, I made public comments concerning my opinion that a majority of the board acts more like an autocracy instead of a democracy in its deciding that its own members can be denied the chance to run for re-election instead of the electorate deciding. Vice President Wallach started to say or ask something directed to me when I was finished, but President Weinstein cut him off. Cutting him off to prevent his speaking is a violation of the Brown Act, specifically Government Code 54954.2E3. Quote, "No action or discussion shall be undertaken on any item not appearing on the posted agenda, except that members of the legislative body or its staff may briefly respond to statements made or questions posed by persons exercising their public testimony rights under Section 54954.3. In addition, on their own initiative or in response to questions posed by the public, a member of a legislative body or its staff may ask a question for clarification, make a brief announcement, or make a brief report on his or her own activities," end quote. This is just one irregularity of the by-trustee process undertaken since May 10th that I will elaborate further on at the special meeting this Thursday. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to agenda item 7, the consent agenda. All consent agenda items are considered to be routine by the Board of Trustees and will be taken together as one action. There will be no separate discussion of items unless a board member so requests. If it is determined that an item needs to be pulled for a separate motion, the board president will call for a separate vote.
I'd like to make a comment. Currently, there's almost $1 million on this consent agenda. To be precise, $909,370. I would like the board to consider setting a cap on consent items, that anything exceeding the cap should be a line standalone item. Almost $1 million to give one vote for that is, I have a hard time with it. So maybe the board might want to make a comment. Do you think we should set a cap on agenda items?
Discussion? Are you suggesting that for a future agenda item?
Is it appropriate to discuss now?
Just discussion on it at this time?
Yeah, discussion.
Does anyone else have any comments? I think the reason the consent agenda is so high, we typically don't see that, is because we're at the time of the year when we would be voting on these things in one group. So I don't have a problem with it as is, but I open that up for others.
That's true, but we have items like 400,000, 200,000,
Yeah.
items of that magnitude, I think should have a standalone, should have a cap on it and standalone for the board to understand exactly how these dollars are being expended and vote accordingly.
So just for clarification, Trustee Wallach, the board summary notes that describe each item and have attached the prior agreement, because all of those that are included within the consent agenda are renewals of contracts that we currently have in place. So all of that information is the prior agreement plus the proposed new agreement is included within the consent agenda, and then what the item relates to is provided within the board summary notes.
I understand that, and I appreciate the summary notes, I really do. But I think dollar amounts of 400,000, 300,000 should be standalone items for votes.
Understood. I'm looking for direction or consensus from the others. I will share that my experience is that there's not a dollar amount limit that is placed on consent agenda items, but consent agendas for routine items that, are of a repetitive nature, like contract renewal. Thank you.
While we're deliberating amongst ourselves, is there any public comments on the consent agenda?
I second it. That's what he said.
Yes, sir.
Hello again. I, too, was concerned with the amounts, and of course, whether you cap the amounts, that's up to you. My main concern was with all the educational programs, are they being used by the teachers? I've subbed at JMS and at THS, and I can count on one hand how many times from late October through last week I've used a program in class. If they're like the Canvas, that's used heavily at the high school, at least for subs, and it really comes in handy. And the SEL, I wouldn't question that. But the other ones that are used in a classroom, are they being used, or are we just throwing money away? I did have a comment. I went through the top part of the consent agenda, and I noticed that the power bills from December, January, February, March are being paid now. If I don't pay my power bill, my December power bill by June, I'm probably in the dark. And I know no utility is going to shut off services to a school district because of the publicity, but I just don't understand how that can happen. And then one final comment on the school services contract. Great company. They do a great job. And I saw that Mr. Nazari had plans to purchase the comparative analysis of district income and expenditures and the salary and benefits report. I think that would be extremely useful, and I just hope the district uses those to its advantage, both to see if there's income revenue issues, and it would help the salary and benefits report would help in negotiations with both units. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment.
So maybe I can help. I'm Val Bowman. So I'm looking at the programs that are up for approval, and I'm going to tell you what we use at the middle school and what I use in my classroom, and then I will be sad to see go if it happens that way. So Edmentum is used by TILA. We use Edmentum as well for credit recovery. That's our PLATA program. That's not at JMS, but that's through the high school. iReady, we use at the middle school a lot. We use it a lot for math and for reading. Elevation I use for my EL curriculum. It helps me track my students in terms of how well they're doing in testing. That doesn't sound right when I say it like that either. Like, I want to see what the reading scores are. I need to see where their gaps are so that I can help them improve in areas. So for example, this year they took their LPAC exam in February and March, and we had about 70 kids test. We had 24 kids who earned 4s, which is fluent. They're fluent. We had 24 kids fluent. Was able to use Panorama and Elevation to help me figure out where those gaps were so I could fill them in. Canvas I use every day. Other teachers in my school use Canvas every day. We don't want to touch paper. We want to save trees. So kids do their work online through Canvas. Some of us still use paper, but I mean, we use it a lot. We also use it for kids who are absent so they can just get online and see what they've missed. It's right there. Thinking maps. Third teachers in this room, have we not done thinking map training all year? We use thinking maps like crazy. I can't tell you how many thinking map trainings we've done. Nucella, at least the middle school, we use Nucella for articles. We use them in English and in Spanish. They go from low level to high level. High interest, low level if we need them. High interest, high level if we need them. So those are used constantly for language arts. And then the rest, and substitute salaries, we need subs. Don't change the subs, don't change that. Don't get rid of it, don't get rid of that. So I hope this helps at least a little bit, especially you, Trustee Wallach, because you had some questions, that those programs are really used.
You misunderstand me. I don't object at all to any one of those programs. I think they're all beneficial to the district. I just think that high-dollar contracts need to be standalone items for board approval. I
Okay.
don't object at all to those.
I get it.
I'm
I get it now.
fully on board with you.
All right, thanks.
Okay.
Thanks, Trustee Wallach. I just wanted to let you guys know that we use them.
Thanks, appreciate it. Any other further comments from the board? Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented?
So moved.
Second?
I'll second.
Roll call vote, please, Ms. Amaker.
President Weinstein,
Aye.
Vice President Wallach,
Aye?
Clerk Wood,
Aye.
Trustee Kelly,
Aye.
Trustee Scott,
Aye.
Trustee Kermode,
Aye.
Motion carries. Agenda item 8. Superintendent Larson Everson.
Thank you, President Weinstein. I'm waiting for Mr. McKay to get the PowerPoint up, but I have a brief presentation, just an information item for you regarding our TUSD school safety plans. So there we have it. Okay, all right. Background, we'll go to the first slide. Thank you. Just a little bit of background on where the legal requirement is. I know safety is something that is on all of our minds, parents, staff, board members, students as well. So that's why I placed this on here this evening, to be responsive to current happenings. The background on the legal requirements is that on September 27th in 2018, Governor Brown signed into law Assembly Bill 1747 on school safety plans. And the key provisions of Education Code include requiring school districts in California to include and post the requirements regarding the content and procedures for their safety plans and for those to be implemented. So basically what it comes down to is Education Code Section 32281 requires all kindergarten through grade 12 schools to develop and maintain school safety plans that are designed to address campus risks, to prepare for different types of emergencies, to create a safe and secure learning environment for students and for staff as well. And further, the law requires that each school update and adopt its school safety plan by March 1st annually. So this is part of the process of what is required here in our state. Next slide, please. So just as I wanted to set that foundation of what exists here in California under education code and law, our TUSD safety plans, I'll share a little bit about that with you, that all of our safety plans are reviewed annually, of course by myself, by our Chief Administrator of Instructional Services, by law enforcement representatives, as well as the fire department before those are brought to the governing board for approval. And the plans that we have in place for this year were presented to our governing board and were accessible to the public. We did a first read on December 14th, and we did board approval on January 11th. It's important to note that these are not plans that are posted on our internet. We have lots and lots of information that's available on our website that parents and community members can access. School safety plans are not one of those. The plans can be reviewed upon a parent's request. You can reach out directly to Ms. Paxton, and she would be happy to schedule a time for a parent to come in and review those plans, but they are not posted, and that's because we want to not have that information be readily available that would share all of our safety plans with the general public. So let's talk a little bit about what specifically do the safety plans have to address. I told you what the requirements were a little bit. Here's a little bit more detail if you can make it out. I know it's hard to read the small print on the slides, but the safety plans are required to assess current status of school crime that's committed on campuses and at school-related functions, and to identify appropriate strategies and different programs that will provide or maintain a level of school safety and address our procedures in complying with existing laws related to school safety. So at a minimum, we have to have these elements in place within the safety plan. It has to address child abuse reporting, emergency disaster preparedness, like having a crisis response plan, school suspension and expulsion policies, procedures to notify teachers of dangerous pupils. It needs to include information and protocols related to discrimination, harassment, intimidation, and bullying policies, school-wide dress code, safe ingress and egress of each individual campus. All of our campuses are different, but it's a requirement that every safety plan contain that information. Also maintaining a safe and orderly environment for our students and staff, rules and procedures relating to school discipline, and also tactical responses to criminal incidents. So all of these are things that are mandated to be part of school safety plans, and those indeed are part of all of our school safety plans. So going forward to the next slide, you might wonder what are other safety measures that we have in place within our plans. And throughout the school year, not just now as a reaction, but we work closely with our psychologists as a team, our social workers that we put into place this year, along with our counselors, and work was done to update our crisis intervention manuals. We have suicide prevention protocols and threat assessment protocols, which were included in these updates as well. And in addition to updating the crisis intervention manuals, we developed some crisis boxes, which were created for and delivered to each one of our school sites with materials and supplies there for students who may be experiencing trauma. And so we have those supports readily available on campus. So that's one component. Also, all of our safety plans include what's called standard response protocol, as well as all the required components through Ed Code. And standard response protocol really describes in detail what are the different conditions, what types of emergencies, and what would happen for that type of emergency. So standard response protocol references lockdown for some specific scenarios, lockout for other scenarios, evacuation for other, et cetera. It describes 4 key types of activities that, depending on what the crisis is, how it would be responded to. So, of course, we have other safety components in place, such as enclosed campuses. The plans do include detailed ingress and egress protocols. We have, if you've been a volunteer on campus, you know we have the Raptor technology visitor system in place. We have surveillance cameras as well as security system monitoring, et cetera. So again, we don't share a lot of details about some of those pieces because that helps keep our students and campuses safe. So going on to the next slide, moving forward, obviously, it's very, very important to us that we continue to review actively our safety plans and keep students and staff safety as a priority. So in light of the recent events, we recognize that there is definitely an additional sense of urgency and concern on the part of everyone. So we're going to continue working as an administrative team to explore what those additional training and resources might be that we want to add into our plans as we bring those back around for revamping and renewal this year. You will find on tonight's agenda that we're currently working with the California School Resource Officers Association to bring enhanced training, including active shooter response training, back around to our administrative team, our campus supervisors, et cetera, and also doing some training on de-escalation strategies as well. So those trainings are going to begin happening in August, and we will work with the California Resource Officers Association and their trainers to help us make adjustments. You know, things that happen as far as school safety and security, it's not stagnant over time as they look at data. There's new information and recommendations that come out, and so we want to stay current and implement the most recent and most recommended practices as we continue to move forward. And that is my information update this evening. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent. Although this was presented as an information item, we do have 2 public comments that relate to this, so I wanted to hold them to this time. Becky Collins. Hit the, yeah, make sure you're on.
Thank you. Thank you for your report. I was a little surprised by the notification that safety report was available to parents as I was originally declined being able to see that originally when I asked for it. But on to what I have to say. Good evening. As you may or may not know, a couple of months ago I got myself involved in an incident that related to school safety. While I'm not here to point fingers, on the contrary, this incident highlighted some learning opportunities and a need to practice and update safety procedures. Yesterday, I spent nearly an hour reviewing JMS's safety plan. I have 25 years of experience coordinating safety plans, drills, and running both evacuation teams and crisis management teams. I felt after my review that there is a big opportunity to improve. I was frustrated by 5 pages of redundancy that where clearly defined roles could have been, where there could have been step-by-step instructions for each safety team member, but there was not. I did note that there was 10 pages of detailed post-trauma instructions that were not relevant to preventing the trauma in the first place. I'm not just here to push for drills or to disperse plans. I'm willing to put my money where my mouth is. I'm here to volunteer my time, advocate, and help be a driving force to create a well-thought-out, organized, and practiced plan for the people who are quite literally the first line of defense for our community's children. I want to know that each and every staff member, from teacher to aide, librarian and admin, janitor and groundskeeper, knows their role, is confident in the plan, and has rehearsed it not only with their school, but with responding agencies such as police, fire, and EMT. In my office, within a week of them being hired, I personally review all safety protocols with each person individually, from drills to evacuation routes to the location of fire extinguishers. I tell them clear expectations and provide them with documentation for further review. Here are some things to consider in order of the layers of defense. Are we making a point to drill into the kids the importance of see, hear something, say something? Every assembly, every award ceremony, every pep rally, particularly on anything that parents attend with the suggestion that we talk with our kids at home. Not all schools have fencing around the entire perimeter, potentially leaving weakened access points. Remember, a person climbing the fence not only slows down the start of the threat, but that delay gives staff precious minutes to put the safety plan into motion. Do the cameras at the schools actually function? I have previously been told by staff that they do not. That was a while ago, so I understand if that has been fixed. There may be some concern about the ability to fund these upgrades. We should not discount the qualified and skilled members of our community who can and should be called upon to invest their time and skills into our schools. These are our schools. These are our children, and this is where we need our community's help. Do the teams assembled for the school sites consist of people with vested interest? We don't want people who are voluntold. We want parents who can bring some level of expertise.
1 minute, Becky.
Are the doors of our schools self-closing? Do they have automatic locks? Is there staff on site at all times who possess a master key? Who sounds the alarm? Who calls the police? Has this been identified, and does the personnel know their role? Does law enforcement have detailed, current, and scaled drawings of each school? Is there collaboration between the various agencies, Tehachapi PD, Kern County Sheriff Department, and Stallion Springs, responsible for responding to an emergency, and a consistency amongst the sites of procedures? Who participates in drills? Do your drills include active shooter drills, and how often? Who trains the staff in these drills? Once these things are considered and a thorough plan is in place, it is time to drill, assess, drill, reassess. Practice makes for preparedness. It is the same concept as studying for finals, but in this case, we are studying for a disaster preparedness. We owe it to our children to set the example. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Anderson.
Is it on? Okay. Continuing, once again, I'm back. A little bit more prepared than I was last time. Continuing on Becky Collins' comments and questions in regards to potential active shooter response procedures. Are your policies and procedures in a readily accessible area for staff at each one of the schools? I'm going to ask a bunch of questions. You guys can get back to me. Are the staff trained, drilled, assessed, and refreshed on the procedures more than once a year? Are the staff members trained, and is that training documented and reviewed to ensure it's not just being pencil whipped? We are a small community. We have a lot of members of the community that I know of are CERT, Certified Emergency Response Team members, who have firsthand knowledge and training for emergency situations. You also have members of the community that are skilled tradesmen that I'm sure would volunteer their time and skills to help harden the schools. Just one example is schools that don't have any form of security fencing in front of the entrances. I have a part-time welding and fabrication business. I would donate my time and machinery to make that happen. You have a welding class at Tehachapi High School that is shared with Sarah Coso. I know for a fact a welding instructor, a personal friend of mine, would volunteer time to build wrought iron gates to protect those entrances. In addition, there are members of the community that may not be tradesmen, but if simply asked, would volunteer to help with labor, planning, organizational skills, just to name a few items. We don't expect you and the staff to be experts in all these fields, but I do expect you to ask for help. We live in an age of information and communication like the world has never seen before. That being the case, there is no excuse for not being able to find the knowledge or the help needed to provide the safest possible environment for our students, staff, and administrators. Like I mentioned, I'm willing to donate my time, experience, and knowledge base, and I will continue to leave work 4 hours early without pay, which constitutes about $200 of my paycheck, to attend these meetings every month until I'm satisfied with the progression of the policies, procedures, and training I know the school district is capable of and our students and staff deserve. In closing, I want to share two things that were drilled into us in the Marine Corps. One, the 7 Ps: Proper prior planning prevents poor performance. And number 2, you fight how you train. And make no mistake, this is a fight we have to win because the alternative will bring catastrophic change to this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to business. Mr. Antazari.
You skipped over an item, I'm sorry.
I skipped over what?
We are on item 8.
Excuse me, we do have another information item, a very important information item. Superintendent Larson Everson has a presentation for us.
No worries whatsoever. All right, we have a joint presentation coming up. You're going to have the pleasure of listening to me only a little bit because you've probably heard enough from me tonight. But you'll also hear from our Chief Business Officer, Mr. Antazari, and also from our Chief Administrator of Instructional Services, Ms. Andrea Paxton. So my job is to kick it off and kind of ramp things up to help put it into the context of where we are at this time with the Local Control Accountability Plan, or the LCAP. So if you can take us to the next slide, Mr. McKay, that would be great. So this evening's presentation, again, is to kind of walk you through the various components and the essential documents that comprise the Local Control Accountability Plan. And these documents include the proposed budget for 2022-23, the LCFF, or the Local Control Funding Formula, budget overview for parents. We also have a supplement to the annual update, which we'll briefly reference, and that was actually brought to the board back in February. And then we're going to share some LCAP local indicators and self-reflection. There's a tool that we used, and we've done a lot of data analysis that Ms. Paxton will be walking you through. And then finally, we'll talk a bit about the draft components in the proposed 22-23 LCAP. Next slide, please. So just to refresh you on where we are in the LCAP journey, last year in 21-22 is when a new 3-year cycle was initiated, last June in 2021. And at that time, the board approved the first year 1 of that 3-year cycle. And July 1, we began implementation of that LCAP. And if you recall some of the work study sessions that we had and conversation, we talked a lot about core services and a lot about engaging our students and having tangible measures in place that we could look back on the year and with recognition say, we did that and it made a difference. So some of the things that you might recall from this year's LCAP that we have implemented, for example, are a school social worker at each school site. We increased campus supervision on all campuses, and we integrated a lot of different strategies within the plan that were identified specifically to address student social emotional needs as well as their academic learning needs. So we began implementing that plan back in July of last year, 2021. I know it says 2022, but that was my mistake. It should say 21. And we have been implementing it going forward. And during this time, we've been collecting a lot of data. We're getting ready to receive some summative data at the end of the summer, we hope. But primarily, we've been focused on formative data from some of the different systems and structures that were talked about earlier, like using Panorama, Elevation, iReady. These are platforms that help us not only address students' needs, but also to measure how well we're meeting their academic needs and whether or not they're making gains. So we've been doing that all year, as well as working with our stakeholders, teachers, parents, Superintendent Parent Advisory Council, CTF, to get input on our plan. And at this point in time, that's what we have put together is all of our analysis into the data and looking at what we need to do moving forward and building on what we already have in place to help continue to move forward and advance our students' skills, both socially, emotionally, and academically. So if you can go to the next slide. This is really the key message here is that this doesn't initiate a whole new plan where we take the old plan and throw it out and put a new one in. This really is, we're taking that plan that we established last year to launch all of these pieces into place, and we're continuing to build on that plan through the process of evaluating our data and stakeholder input. All of the essential pieces that we initiated last year, we're continuing on in this year's plan, and we're just adding small enhancements and tweaks to this year's plan. So for example, if you look at the area of increasing social emotional support for students, again, we know we put the school social workers in place this year. We increased campus supervision. We increased our psychologist FTE. We added elementary vice principals. We added the middle school after-school program. And then you'll see that bold item with the asterisk says capturing kids' hearts. That's something that we're implementing district-wide. So all of those items that I just listed are going to remain in place and will continue, and we'll be adding in that layer of capturing kids' hearts, which we hope will be a very strong strategy in helping kids feel connected and engaged with school. So to save a little time, I'm not going to go through each one of these areas, but do want to point out to you that as we go through the plan tonight, those items that you see bolded there in each category, those are the additions that we're adding in. So for example, the online 24-hour, 7-day-a-week tutoring access, we know being able to stay after school is a barrier for our students. So we're continuing with all the other supports, but we're adding that support in. We're continuing with our student engagement strategies, but adding in Camp Keep for our 8th grade students. We'll be continuing our increasing academic strategies, but adding in college and career field trips. And then also for our students accessing curriculum, we are adding our TILA blended model. So you can see it's really just adding in, not replacing with a whole new plan. Okay. So at this time, I would like to ask Mr. Intezari to come up, and he is going to walk you through the budget overview piece. Thank you, Mr. Intezari.
Hello, everyone. I know I'm speaking to the board, but I know that some of this information is more for the purpose of our stakeholders, our family members, and so I will be kind of speaking in general terms, so my apologies if this is redundant. So the LCAP, the LCFF, it's a lot of letters, it's a lot of different things, but it's been kind of a pleasure to be involved in this process and kind of, because I'm not an instructional person, I had to start from the very beginning and kind of learn what these things mean. So for anyone listening that doesn't know what LCFF means, it just means the money we get for operating a school district. And that is generated by attendance. And then when you hear about the LCAP, a Local Control Accountability Plan, all that means is a plan that is designed that aligns what are the goals and actions we're going to take, and then what resources we are aligning to make that possible. Okay, next slide, please. So I will be doing the typical presentation of our budget, so we're going to keep this part very brief. Essentially, TUSD is projecting next year to spend $62 million. 41.1 of that is for LCFF, just for the purposes of operating a school district. We have about 20 million not included as part of the LCAP, and there is a very good reason why. The LCAP is specific to goals and actions related to students, student outcomes. Not every dollar we spend can be directly tied to a student, right? How much we pay for our utility bills, whether or not they're from October. But the thing is that we have things like overhead. We have things like school supplies. You know, if we buy kids pens, crayons, doesn't mean that these crayons are specifically for this goal and action. It's just some things that we cannot really tie to. Most of our salaries are tied to an LCAP goal in action because we all have a purpose here. So you'll see that of the 62 million, 41,139,000 is directly tied to LCFF funds. Of that amount, 3.1 million is generated based on enrollment for students with high needs. So I know these are a lot of numbers, and the state understood that. When the LCAP started, the biggest complaint was it's too much. It's too much information, it's too much numbers, it's too much data. We don't, how is a regular person supposed to understand? So next slide, please. When it comes, that is why now the LCAP requires that the parent budget overview be the top section to really start. And this is the graphic that they have designed to basically paint the picture that I have shown you. The pie on the left shows that we have 41 million in the LCFF funds, and the other sources are for state, federal, local. And of that 41 million, 38 million of it is for just general unrestricted dollars for the purpose of running a school, and 3 million is supplemental, and that is money that is added for the benefit of students that are in high need. Next slide, please. So I've already kind of covered why some of the items might not be covered of the entire 62 million. Examples are this about 6 million in general funds that just goes to day-to-day needs for operations. Then we have things like our one-time dollars, like our COVID dollars. That money, restricted money, comes and goes. So we wouldn't build into a plan that this is what we are definitely going to do when it's tied to money that is not guaranteed. We keep these goals and actions very tight because they are very important to us. And it kind of is our essentially a list of our priorities. Next slide, please. So an important part, I know this is a lot of words and I'm sorry, but really the important part here is that we receive various pots of money for various different purposes. When it comes to our general operating money, the LCFF, 3 million of that is supposed to be for targeting students that are going to be in high need. So what do we use that money for? And so the LCAP has designed this section that I'm presenting on in order to just demonstrate and tell the public this is how much money we get, and this is what we use it for. So the supplemental funds allows us to have school counselors, academic coaches, a school resource officer, a truancy officer, and just ensure that any students that struggle, because not every student is the same, that resources are being dedicated to ensure that their needs are being met, or even that the fact that their needs are even being found, that someone's paying attention to them, that money is going towards making sure that every student has equal access to all of these goals and actions that we're trying to implement for student success. That concludes the budget part.
Wait, I have a question. What % of our budget are COVID dollars?
I would have to get a calculator, but so it kind of depends. So, I mean, okay.
As of today?
As of the end of June. So what we spent in this year, I would have to look that up. But I can tell you that for next year, off the top of my head, I believe we have $4 million allocated for 22-23 and another $4 million for 23-24. We were in total allocated approximately 18 million, of which we have about 8 left.
So once that runs out, how does that affect our budget?
That's for the next presentation. But yes, there is a cliff, there is a reduction in revenue, obviously. This is the first year that we will be showing out years where we won't be entitled to COVID dollars. But there are kind of safeguards in place implemented by the state in order to make sure that all districts in the state of California are, because we're all impacted by lower attendance, people leaving the state, people having less kids. So they've developed these safeguards that they kind of refer to as like a soft landing. And that'll be included in the budget presentation in the business section.
Mrs. Paxton, thank you.
Good evening.
Okay, so the first part of my presentation is to talk about the supplement that I reviewed back in February. So the supplement was talked about that extra money that Hojat was referencing and what we did with those dollars. So that some of the funding sources were the American Rescue Act, Extended Learning Opportunity Grant, the Federal Elementary and Secondary School Emergency Relief Act, and those things went to providing, with some examples, extended days that we're offering at the middle school. And our elementary schools, we talked about that we added extra programs like the martial arts and the dance and the robotics program. We also purchased additional technology with those funds. We added summer school last year to address learning loss that took place during distance learning. And then this year we also provided those 3rd and 5th grade camps at Meadowbrook Park. And so the Local Control Accountability Plan, it's a 3-year plan, as Ms. Larson Everson said, and it's set to expire in year 23-24. This was the first year of the implementation, and the plan was developed by soliciting input from educational partners, reviewing student data such as academics, behavior, social emotional needs, attendance, and then actions were developed to support each goal. Each action item was allocated funding to support implementation of the action. Metrics were then identified to measure the progress towards meeting the goal during and at the end of each school year. Data is reviewed to help guide TUSD in making revisions for the following school year's LCAP to continue making progress towards meeting each of the goals. And so the LCAP document has to address the 8 state priorities, which are to provide basic necessities, which Hojat kind of referenced, implementation of state standards, access to courses, student achievement, other student outcomes, which includes physical education, CTE, so our college and career pathways, foreign languages, and also the number of students who receive the state seal of biliteracy, and then the college and career indicators. It has to address parent involvement, student engagement, and also school climate. And so our timeline up here, in March, we started to look at what the data was telling us. So some of the programs that we discussed earlier, like iReady, FastBridge, Panorama, those are tools that we use 3 times during the school year. And so we're constantly looking at data, but in March, we were taking a hard look in reference to our LCAP to see the progress that students made in relation to each of the goals. Then we took information to our educational partners, so our parent groups, our staff, to gather input, and also our students. Ms. Larson Everson visited JMS, and I went to the high school to solicit input from our students. And then we worked on providing some additional action items based on the feedback that we received from those partners. So as I think this is a little redundant, but LCFF provides the base funding for us to operate. So it provides the people, the places, the things that we use to teach students, the curriculum, the crayons, the rulers, and then we provide additional supports, and that was our social workers, our vice principals, our counselors, our psychologists, to help our students perform at school and develop into a contributing member of society. And so in our LCAP document, we have 3 goals, and those goals address all 8 of our state priorities. This year was our first year of implementation of these goals, and we're still gauging the effectiveness of the action items that have been implemented. The baseline data in the LCAP was pre-COVID and relied on CASP testing, and we will have our most recent CASP testing scores returned to TUSD in September, which will provide a source to measure the effectiveness of our action items. We did implement universal screeners to measure achievement and our Panorama survey, but this is our first year that we used those items, so we don't have previous year scores for those. But going forward, that will help us also indicate how our students are doing. So goal 1 addresses conditions of learning. It looks at safe facilities and then instructional materials. Goal 2 addresses state priorities of student outcomes, so how well our students are learning, instructional strategies, and student achievement. And goal 3 addresses state priorities of parent involvement, student engagement, and school climate. Okay, so as a part of the process of revising the LCAP, we collect data from educational partner groups. So that's providing feedback or getting feedback from staff members, students, and parents and community members. So some of the things that were identified in our reflection tool was that we had a decrease of fully credentialed teachers and an increase of misassignments. Part of that was because during COVID and even prior to COVID, there was a teacher shortage, a national teacher shortage, and California was hit the hardest with that. So Governor Newsom issued an executive order due to the teacher shortages to revise credentialing requirements temporarily to address the teacher need. And then for standards, the district was identified to have full implementation of curriculum aligned to the state adopted standards. The professional development that was offered throughout the school year was identified to help support the implementation of standards. An identified area of growth was to continue to improve implementation of English language development standards to align instruction to the ELD framework. And through the self-reflection process, it was identified that TUSD was in the beginning stages of full implementation of ELD standards. Implementation of the physical education standards was a strength of the self-reflection. The addition of the elementary PE teachers helped to support the full implementation of the PE standards at the elementary level. Parent engagement. Parents rated that they have a trusting relationship with their child's school staff, which included teachers, administrators, and classified staff. School sites were identified to be welcoming to parents and provided adequate communication between parents and school staff. Parents stated that they have had a positive relationship with their child's school and they are comfortable assisting with homework and know how to help their child when they're at home. And so this survey did go out to all parents. All parents had the opportunity to participate and provide feedback. And then the community, so TUSD families feel that there are adequate opportunities to become active participants within TUSD through school site council, district groups such as PTO, school site council, ELAC, DLAC, Sipping with the Soup, CTF, and PTO presidents. So goal 1 analysis. So goal 1 was about our facilities and providing the materials that students need to learn. And so facilities were identified to be in good working condition. All classes are aligned to state standards, supported by professional development, and curriculum is aligned to the state standards. Professional development was provided in the area of first best instruction, universal design for learning, integrated and designated English language development, and instruction to support learning for our gifted and talented students. And then an area of need was to continue instructional support in the area of English language development, increasing the number of fully credentialed teachers and ensure appropriate alignment of credential and assigned course, increase student achievement, and we're going to talk about what our achievement is shortly, increase English learner reclassification rate and English proficiency. And I think Ms. Bowman talked a little bit about this. We actually did very well this year with our LPAC testing. We had 20% of our students demonstrate high levels of English, so that is something to be proud of. They haven't been reclassified yet, but as the new school year starts, we'll be working on that because that is only one component of the reclassification process. So this looks at some of the outcomes in related to student achievement, and this is the 2021 CASP data. And if you look at the blue bar, and again, this is for language arts, the blue bar is from 2019, and the red bar is from 2021. 2019 was the last time we took CASP tests before we moved to remote learning. And then 2021 was when we were still doing a kind of a blended model. But you can see from our scores that students were impacted from distance learning. In ELA, about 40% of students tested at grade level or above. 25% of our students were testing slightly below, and 35% of our students demonstrated that they had not met the standard. And if we go to the next slide, we'll look at math. And so these were our scores for math. And again, you can tell that in distance learning, achievement declined through distance learning. So in 2021, our math CASP scores showed 26% of our students were at or above grade level, 28% were slightly below, and 46% of our students had not met standard. However, on the CASP data, you do have to interpret these results with caution because CASP does recommend a 95% participation rate, and we had about a 65% participation rate because we still had a lot of students that were participating in schooling at home.
Just for clarification to Ms. Paxton, that the 2021 measures that Ms. Paxton is reviewing were those 65% of students who participated in the assessment at the end of, not this school year, but a full year ago, right, in the spring of 2021. So this was really reflective of students who had not had the opportunity to be in school. But this is important data for us to review and deeply understand so that we can help students then regain the skills that they need to close that gap. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption.
It's okay. And that's why we're really looking forward to the September CASP results, because we had a much higher participation rate, and our kids have been on campus for the entire year. Okay. So on the next slide, this is some of our lead indicators. This slide is reflective of the FastBridge assessment that our high schoolers take. This year, this was the first year of implementation of this assessment, and they only took the assessment twice during the year. The first one was in the winter months in January, and then they took it recently in spring. And so we know that our students were struggling with performing at high levels at the secondary level, which is why we have added additional supports for next year, such as we added a study skills class at the high school to help support students within the day. We have teachers that were attending AVID training during the summer for JMS and THS, which we talked about in our A through G grant that we discussed earlier in the year. We're adding the 24-hour digital tutoring platform. And then we also have contracts with KCSOS that comes and works with teachers intensively on how to use best practices to support student learning. Okay. And then we have our universal screener, which is iReady for our K through 8 students. And the blue bar is, so they took this assessment 3 times during the year, but I only provided how the students tested in fall when they first returned back to school, and then in spring, so that we could really look at the difference. So you can see that we had a lot of growth in the area of reading and math. On the blue bar to the red bar, we have so many students that increased and met grade level standards. If we filtered out our JMS data and just looked only at elementary students, about 50% of the students were in that bar. So they did really well and showed a lot of growth. So if we go to the next one. So Goal 2 is really about student outcomes and student learning. So some of the celebrations that we had, even though the CASP data didn't look fabulous, when we went back and analyzed the data and looked at how our 11th grade students tested last year compared to the last time that they engaged in the CASP testing as 8th graders, we did see growth in the area of language arts. So those students still had forward progress. However, in math, they did decline. So math was much more of a struggle during distance learning. In 2021, 23% of our students graduated with the A through G eligibility. However, in the school year of 2019-2020, 62% of our students graduated with the A through G eligibility, and our goal is 70%, and that's why we are embedding additional support so that we can definitely address that. And then we definitely want to work on increasing our academic achievement. So in ELA, we want to increase achievement so that about 40% of our students are, well, actually, let me take it back. 55% of our students are reaching grade level standards, and 45% are reaching grade level standards in math. And currently, we have about just under 40% of students reaching grade level standards in ELA and 26% reaching grade level standards in math. So that's where we want to be by the year 2024. And so goal 2 analysis, this is data from the iReady assessment. And the majority of elementary students improve their percentile achievement. So the blue bar shows typical growth. So if a student is expected to grow about a year during the school year. And just like when you took your children to the pediatrician and the doctor would say, oh, their height is in the 50th percentile, right? And then the next year, if they stay in the 50th percentile, they're making average gains on height. But if the doctor then said the next year that your child's height was in the 60th percentile, they're growing at a faster rate. And that's what this graph shows. The red bar shows that these are the students that they grew, but their percentile also grew. So that shows that they are making gains and decreasing the learning gap that we were talking about that was created during distance learning. So that is something to be excited about. All of our elementary schools showed great growth. So goal 3 analysis. So some of the celebrations, graduation rate increased. We went from 92% to 94%. We have high school dropout rates decreased. It was 2.3% and it decreased to 0.45%. So that is something to celebrate. And then Panorama data is driving implementation of resource, staffing, and programs. So our school social workers are reviewing the Panorama data regularly and sharing it with school staff to best address student needs. For area of needs, student attendance rate for the 21-22 school year was 87%, as Ms. Larson showed earlier, with a goal of a 96% attendance rate. So students were attending at a rate of 96% previous to COVID, so we want to get back to that level. And we also want to increase our use of Panorama as an intervention tool for social emotional support. So we want to provide targeted interventions for students and create clear exit criteria for students from the intervention. And this will work in conjunction with another data program that we use through the county. It's called Kern Integrated Data System, or it's KIDS is what we call it. And then the next slide talks about the things that we're adding to the LCAP. So we really didn't take things out, we just added a couple items in. So for goal 1, we wanted school staff to be an active participant in an improvement model. Substitute teachers will be provided to all school sites to review current academic programs and facilitate academic conversations to identify areas of growth and areas of need. And they will collect data to monitor progress during the school year. And then to goal 3, we added 2 new action items. One action item was to improve school connectedness. So we're going to provide school spirit materials to all students as they enter a school. So our kindergarten students, our 6th grade students, and our 9th grade students, because we know that not all students can afford those materials, and that when they do have the materials to participate in school spirit days and activities, that they feel more connected to school. And then the next one, the next one was both students and parents expressed a desire and need to visit colleges and possible careers to increase their exposure to possible career paths. Not all students have a family unit that is knowledgeable about how to guide their student to navigate through college, the college selection process, or have the means of transportation to visit college campuses. And then the last one was to provide hands-on learning activities for students. So previously for our 3rd and 5th grade camp, we had to use supplemental dollars. This time we're adding it into our LCAP along with our 8th grade trip to Camp Keep. We're looking to bring that back next year. And that is the end of my part.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Ms. Paxton.
So do you have any questions or comments for the LCAP team?
I appreciated that the information was in a very easy to digest way and how it was laid out. I think that was very well done. It was easy, very easy to understand.
I believe that's the data that we were looking for, Joe, to see the progress, you know, from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. So, thank you.
You're
Okay,
welcome.
we will now take a quick 5-minute break.
Can you please give the time and the time that we'll return?
Oh, 7:56, see you back at 8:01. Okay, everyone, we'll get about ready to start here. Okay, reconvening to open session at 8:04 PM. We will now move on to the business section, and Mr. Entazari, the floor is yours.
Good evening. Okay. All right. So before we begin the 22-23 budget presentation, I just wanted to inform everyone that we're still anticipating the enacted state budget. By all accounts, it's shaping up to provide new, historically high investments in education for K-12. But in order to be compliant with applicable laws, we have to adopt our own budget for 22-23 before the dust settles at like the state level. So we'll likely be bringing a 45-day revision just because there are some sizable investments, and in order to incorporate like the true impact that the enacted budget has on Tehachapi Unified's budget, we'll need to, but this is good news, and we'll talk about why shortly. So next slide, please. All right, so we're going to cover the proposed budget for 22-23 fiscal year. This is all based on, our budget was based on the governor's May revision. So the governor makes a proposal in January, he revises it in May, and then it's enacted in June. Currently, this is the most official guiding document we have. Normally, we adopt our budget in June, and then in December, we'll do our first revision, formal revision, and then again in March, and then back to June. So we adopt our budget based on historical information, but we also get a lot of guidance from Kern County Superintendent of Schools, the School Services of California Agency, who you've approved a renewal, so thank you. And then as well as the Legislative Analyst's Office and various other sources. Next slide, please. So we always cover this just so that people are aware. The general fund is our operating fund. It makes up 99% of the activity, so it makes up 99% of the conversation. But we do have other funds. The presentation won't really talk about adult ed or cafeteria, and it won't talk about other reserve funds just because there really isn't any activity there, and cafeteria and adult education are self-sustaining. But if that's something you'd like me to change in the future, we can surely do that. Next slide, please. All right, so here's a breakdown of the proposed general fund revenue. Sorry, the projected general fund revenues. So we're expecting to bring in $42.8 million in unrestricted revenue, 41 million of that being LCFF. Then we have the restricted revenues, That's made up of about 10 million in various federal revenues, such as the ESSER COVID dollars that were previously awarded, our Title I, Title II, Title III, Title IV, those types of programs. In state, we have about $6.5 million in various state programs, such as the Expanded Learning Opportunity Program, our lottery funds, and you see they make up about 46% of the unrestricted side. Oh, sorry, that's the state aid. It's not in there. All right, we're on the restricted side, my apologies. So it's been a long day. So the Expanded Learning Opportunity Program, you'll see there, makes up about 8%, unrestricted SPED about 5%, the Title I, our largest of the ESSA programs at 7.7, and then our ESSER II fund expenditures are gonna make up about 23%. And so in total restricted dollars, we have about $19 million. That we're expecting to receive. So that's a total of 62 million. Next slide, please. So here we're going to cover our expenditures. So as you can see, in unrestricted, we're going to be spending almost 37 million, and restricted about 27.5. Typically, 82% of the unrestricted expenditures are related to salaries and benefits. And that would be about 31.8 million of that 37 million in unrestricted is for salaries and benefits. The restricted salaries and benefits makes up about 16.5 million, so about 60% of that is related to certificated benefits, classified benefits, salaries and benefits. In total, in unrestricted and restricted spending, we spend about $12 million in not related to salaries and benefits. Next slide, please. So just to make this a bit easier, we're bringing in 62 million and we're spending 64.37 million. That is, next slide, please. So about 2.4 million that we're spending over what's coming in for this year. Negative numbers are not good, but we have more to share. So part of the reason why we're projecting this is that not all the revenue that we are entitled to for this year as part of the enacted state budget is included in this year's budget. And that's because it's not finalized. There were differences and different proposals between the Senate, the Assembly, the governor. Some of that might have more restrictions, no restrictions. It's just really difficult to be able to say this is what it's going to be like going forward unless we know that money is going to be here. But so when we budget conservatively, we're kind of proposing if nothing changed, if only the knowns happened, what is our budget going to look like? And it would come out to be overspending by about 5%. Next slide, please. So the fiscal outlook is important because we have, we're approaching what I kind of hinted as like a soft landing that the state is enacting because we've been anticipating exiting the COVID years, specifically speaking about funding. And so this is the state's way of assisting us with that process because Tehachapi isn't alone in some of the challenges that we're facing in terms of the fiscal cliff from being held harmless all these years, and then all of a sudden that the one-time funds are going to stop. So we're seeing a COLA boost. We're going to see a 6.56% COLA, which is unprecedented. I don't know when was the last time they had numbers this high, but and that's actually not enough. So the state has also proposed an additional 3.3% increase to the base rate. This is in order to assist with the addition of TK. We're essentially adding a whole other grade. Those students won't be funded as high, but there's additional, the state acknowledges that there's additional need for funding at K-12. We also have, as I mentioned, the legislature, so the 6.56%, that is built into our budget because that is a known. We know that is going to happen. We know how much it's going to be, and we can use that for moving forward. Second, the legislature, as I mentioned, that boost is not included. It would equate to about 1.2 million additional dollars per year because it just builds, it's kind of like compounding interest, right? That will be added to our LCFF and then that 3.3 the next year. So it's money that we can expect to be ongoing. In terms of one-time funding, we're also entitled to this is not built into the budget yet because the numbers have been thrown around. Is it $1,000 per ADA, $1,500 per ADA? Nobody knows. But this is part of the discretionary block grant in order to help us school districts in California with the declining enrollment issues statewide, the lower attendance like the superintendent was mentioning. So this is estimated to be worth approximately $5.25 million to Tehachapi that we would be looking at getting in one lump sum next year. Prop 98, so this is the legislative mechanism that defines how school districts are funded. And so not to get too big into that, but essentially we're funded by what we call the big three, which is income tax, corporate tax, sales tax. And so as you've been hearing in the news, these numbers have been astronomical. The state was actually conservatively estimating these numbers, so they've actually triggered a lot of spending requirements because the intent of the tax dollars, taxpayers pay money for the benefit. It's not intended to be saved. It's not intended to be, rainy dayed continuously. So because the state's rainy day fund for education has triggered being over a certain threshold, we are looking at some additional spending. So the state came up with $17 billion in additional funds that have to be spent on K-12. Of that $17 billion, 4.1 is dedicated to ongoing increases to fund that COLA that I mentioned, the 3.3% base, and the remainder of the money is one-time in nature. Next slide, please. Sorry, I always look at the screen. So here we're just going to kind of go over some of the impacts that things that happen at the state level that directly impact us. We talked about the COLA, 6.56%. This is huge. Last year we had a 5% COLA, which they referred to as the mega COLA, and they just ran out of words and they just stopped calling it things. Now it's just another COLA. The 3.3 supplement for transitional kindergarten. This is intended to help us boost our base rates because we have additional grades coming, we have additional inflationary pressures, economic issues, population concerns in California. As I mentioned, the discretionary block grant we are projecting that it's going to be $1,500 per ADA, so that is, like I said, a little over $5 million. There is so in terms of what the money can be for, it's supposed to be just to continue services. It's essentially unrestricted as long as it goes through the board approval process, just how we would use our regular unrestricted dollars. They do have a cap of what I believe is 7 years that you have to use it, but we're not going to have a problem with that. Next slide, please. Another thing that's happening at the state level, and I know is of a big conversation when we brought forward the Boys and Girls Club, is the Expanded Learning Opportunity Program. So the governor is very interested in expanding the school day. Before school, after school, summers, school every day. That has its challenges, but it also has its significant investments. So we are entitled to approximately $1.9 million a year in ongoing funds in order to invest in these ventures. That's why there's a lot of, it's again, just more things that the state is giving us more money, but the expectations are also higher, that there's more that they want us to do, higher standards to be held to. For those interested in special education, they did not leave you out. The COLA also applies to the supplement that we receive. So the augmentation used to be $820 per SPED student, or it is now, and it used to be $715 per ADA. So there's also a significant investment in special education at the state level. In regard to reserve caps, it's important that so the existing law, because of these triggers, when you are a year removed from these triggers of essentially having too much money at the state level, that passes down to us. So they're required to give K-12 more money, and we are required to spend more money. And so that gets kind of difficult because it's one time in nature, right? Like, are these levels of funding sustainable? Probably not, because of the 17 billion that I mentioned, 4 billion is ongoing and the rest of it is one time. So that is a pretty clear indicator that, you know, even the government, the governor's office is kind of pulling it back a little bit, not anticipating that capital gains and income taxes are going to be so high. Next slide, please. So here's a summary of the multi-year projection. I know it's in the SACS forms that we report to the state, but here it is just kind of in simplistic form. So for the end of the year, we project being somewhere around $1 million to 1.38 in excess revenues over expenditures. We just kind of there's only so many things you could buy, but most of the savings comes from vacant positions, right? We have a position, someone, you know, it takes 2 weeks to hire them, then they work here 3 days and then they leave, and then it takes another 2 weeks to find another person and go through the process. And so when you accumulate that, it makes up the majority of that excess in revenues over expenditures. So when we budget, we don't build in, oh, well, there's this many vacancies per day, right? Because these are salaries and benefits. These are people. They need their money. We have to make sure that we have that funding. So there's no accounting for unfilled position, savings from unfilled positions. So that's where a lot of our savings will come from. But if we project out those years, we're looking at 2.3 million in the red, and then 3, 4, and 5.2. So all of that adds up to about 11 million. So very scary, but if you consider the fact that we have about $1 million that we built on top of the fund balance for this year, if you consider that we are entitled to over a $5 million in augmentation or in supplemental support from the state, if you consider that we're going to be getting a considerable increase in COLA of an additional $1.2-ish million per year. When we bring back that revised budget, this number, this deficit will go from 11 to less than 1 million, which is about 2% of a single year's budget. So even with all of this red, the district can meet all of its obligations for the next 3 years. So if nothing changed, we still meet our reserve caps. We still meet our ability to meet our obligations for not just salaries and benefits, but increased utilities, increased costs for fuel, you know, pens, crayons, all that stuff. So we are in a good position. This budget is robust. A lot of it has to do with the assistance of the investment from the state of California in K-12 education. But yeah, so when you get a lot of questions of how are we supposed to afford this, it's not, we are not alone in this. We know that the entire state is going through this. Thankfully, we work with some very experienced people that have kind of been through this before and understand how to anticipate. So are we aggressively spending on our student population and our staff? Yes. Is that what the money is for? Yes. So while I appreciate fiscal prudence, I also think that it's our obligation to do the best that we can to put our resources forward. And we have plenty of time, right, 24, 25, to see if there's adjustments that need to be made in case we are kind of towing a line or feel that we are no longer in a responsible area. So, for the last probably 6 months, I've been living in the year 2025, and at first it was scary, but thankfully we were able to, just kind of get good news, reassurances from the superintendent, who told me you're more worried about it than I am. And that was scary at first, but it was actually, it's been really good to see just K-12 be highlighted as, a worthy investment for the state of California.
So, Mr. Antazari, I think it's important for those of us who were around back in 2008. The words deficit spending would put fear into the hearts of anyone, because during those times, there were massive layoffs, there were massive cuts. Schools all across our state lost music teachers and school nurses and counselors and teachers. And when we talk about deficit spending today in this context, we're kind of, it's in a pretext, right? Because this is assuming worst case scenario and the only things that are known at this point in time. So this is a different era for deficit spending as we're talking about it this evening than we were back in 2008 when those really difficult times hit schools. As Mr. Intezari said, we have a very robust budget. Things are looking really good. There are more services and supports that we're able to provide to students now and looking forward for the next 3 years than we have been able to provide in a very long time in the world of education. So this is very, very good. Although it doesn't look happy, it is happy. Just imagine, and when we do that revision in the fall, the revised budget, that it will be a different picture because some of the things that are unknown at this time that we're not comfortable including in the budget will be able to be included at that time, and we'll have definitely a better picture of where things are. But we're on very solid ground fiscally, and in a time where our kids not only need the supports, but we're able to provide them, and we're grateful for that. Thank you.
Last slide, please. So just some considerations. Obviously, rising costs, we don't have to get too much into that. Everyone is experiencing it if you drive a car. So we have sent a clear message to the state because there is still I don't know, I wrote disproportionate because we do not receive the same amount of money per student, per ADA as our neighbors. Not that that's of anyone's fault, but it was nice to see that the governor did add to the base rate and not continue to add to supplemental and concentration, which the district is not entitled to very much. We continue to see monitor attendance, as the superintendent mentioned. While our kids are coming back, they are not attending school as often, and so that small difference can make a big impact. So, for example, for 22-23, we are no longer held harmless, so we're not being funded off old attendance completely. Like the 19-20 levels as we were, which allowed for us to be able to invest so much in our programs. But we are using our current enrollment and using the attendance factor from pre-COVID. So that is what allows for an increase and be able to meet our obligations. And that concludes the budget presentation.
I have a question. You sort of blew off rising costs. I think they should be extremely important because everything's going up and it's got to affect this budget. Having that in mind, I was wondering if you knew how the rising fuel costs would affect the transportation budget right now.
Ryan, can you take me back 2 slides to the multi-year projection? There you go. Okay. Just to start. But yes, so in regard to transportation, another thing that's coming down from the governor is that they do not want us to charge for transportation any longer. So does it impact transportation? Of course, fuel has doubled. But that is something that we are continuing to monitor. But the issue is that transportation provides accessibility to school. If a kid can't get to school and their parents can't take them, this provides that opportunity. So we do find savings in different ways, but whether it's running, so we will probably not have the maximized amount of routes. I don't know if you recall, but you guys, the board approved an additional bus purchase. And so in order to not crush the 2 buses and to buy the 2 new buses, we were able to operate more routes. It's something that unfortunately, due to various limitations, we won't be able to do as much, but we are going to be able to have the same amount of routes that we've always had. And that's kind of the implication of these rising costs.
I don't question the need for our students to have transportation at school. That's a given. But if the costs exceed the budget in transportation, those dollars have to be paid and they have to come from somewhere. So I'm just wondering how that impacts the overall budget in the end. I know it's probably a small percentage, but you have to calculate in all the other rising costs that are associated with today's economy.
Correct. So that is why we budget for the next year and the 2 out years, because it's in the out years that we would see that this becomes an issue, and that's when we need to cut. It wouldn't just be, well, transportation spends too much, so we need to cut transportation. We kind of look at it district-wide. Where is savings that exist district-wide? Because we don't just kind of look at departments in isolation, we look at the district as a whole. But yes, the rising costs are certainly considered, certainly built into this budget. We understand that, it's not saying that we're going to have excess of money, but we are saying that we are in a good fiscal place.
That's good to hear, but when I look at those red numbers up there, and there's absolutely no way anybody can predict the costs that are going to be here tomorrow, let alone next year. I was just wondering whether your optimism with the surplus we have currently in anticipation, would you say we'd be down by $1 million at the end?
Correct. Forecasted, yes.
That's really optimistic considering the unknown variable of the costs that are rising every day.
So we do take it into consideration, because if you look at the revenues for 22-23, right, so 62, and then next year 57, and then the year after 56. So our revenues are conservatively estimated, like they're going down, right? And we're expecting that that could be the case unless there's new changes. There's proposed changes to how LCFF is funded, no longer an ADA issue and now just based on how many students you have. That would be a big boon to our budget, but we don't put that in there because we don't know if it's real or not. But when we look at the expenditures, those continue. So you would see less expenditures if there's less COVID dollars, but then you see expenditures for 24-25, our first non-COVID year, it's $62 million. It's higher than the previous year, and anticipating that there are that the expenditures are increasing, and that while in an environment where the revenues are decreasing, but that's why we perform this exercise to ensure that we have our eye on that, 3 years from now, 1,000 days from now, however you want to look at it. But yes, I'm not in the forecasting business, I'm in the accounting business, so I completely understand. I do share the same concerns, but at the same time, we would be able to notice 2 years ahead of time if there are things that we need to make significant adjustments to. That is something we keep an eye on.
Thank you.
For the record, we haven't been charging for transportation fees, so whether the state says we can't charge them or not, we have not been charging them this year nor last year, so we'll comply.
Thank you, Mr. Antazari. Great information. And again, the same comment with the other presentations. It's nice to see it presented in a way that's easy to understand, and appreciate the difficulty in projecting out, but glad that you're keeping your eye on that.
All right.
Okay, item
Thank you.
2, approval of agreement between City Span and Tehachapi Unified School District.
Thank you, President Weinstein. CitySpan is a digital platform used by other after-school programs in California to provide a system of tracking attendance and information regarding parents or guardians and checking students in and out. This would be used by the expanded learning opportunity programs. The cost for this would be funded by that program, and for a total cost not to exceed $5,333 per year. Seek your approval for this agreement.
Questions, comments from the public? Questions, comments from the board? Do I have a motion to approve this agreement?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Roll call vote, please, Ms. Amaker.
President Weinstein,
Aye.
Vice President Wallach,
Aye.
Clerk Wood,
Aye.
Trustee Kelly,
Aye.
Trustee Scott,
Aye.
Trustee Kermode.
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 3, approval of agreement between Tutor.com and TUSD.
Thank you very much, President Weinstein. The agreement with Tutor.com would provide additional support to students enrolled in A through G courses. For those not familiar with A through G, it's essentially the courses to get accepted to a four-year college. And this would be through the A through G Access Grant. The service is being offered as an additional tutoring opportunity for high school students unable to attend due to extracurricular activities. Tutoring is provided through an on-demand virtual classroom and has been rigorously vetted and uses trained experts. This is a 2-year agreement with a total cost of $37,000 for up to 1,000 hours of tutoring. And this would be funded by the budget allocated to instructional services through the A through G Access Grant. We're seeking your approval for this agreement.
Okay, questions or comments from the public? From the board? Do I have a motion to approve this agreement?
Elliott, make the motion.
I'll second. Roll call vote, please.
President Weinstein?
Aye.
Vice President Wallach?
Aye.
Clerk Wood?
Aye.
Trustee Kelly?
Aye.
Trustee Scott?
Aye.
Trustee Kermode?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Business item 4, approval of agreement between California School Resource Officer Association and the district. Mr. Antazari.
Thank you, President Weinstein. This agreement with the California School Resource Officer Association provides training for TUSD campus supervisors to assist them in recognizing emerging situations and responding to student behaviors before they escalate. Campus supervisors also learn about and develop situational awareness to help prevent violence. The training would focus on de-escalation techniques and is designed to increase campus supervisors' effectiveness in responding to students with challenging behaviors. This agreement also includes active shooter training for administrators. The trainer will be available to follow up and assist administrators with specific questions regarding their school sites and any needed or desired adjustments for their school safety plans. The total cost of this agreement shall not exceed $3,500 and will be funded by the budget allocated to instructional services.
Thank you. Questions and comments from the board?
I have a question. Do we currently, I know we did in the past, do we currently have a program that does the same type of training for supervisors? Or,
I wouldn't have that information.
yeah, we did.
I can look into it.
We did. I was just wondering whether this is a replacement or an addition to.
I would have to get back to you and get more information.
I believe, Mr. Wallach, that we've had training in the past through Kern County Superintendent of Schools. And now this go-round, we're working with California School Resource Officers Association.
Yeah, prior to your hire, we had programs from private industry that accomplished the same thing. And it was in, when Lisa Gilbert was the superintendent, it was in place then. And it was an ongoing program. I was just wondering whether this was augmenting or replacing.
I believe it's replacing. You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments? Do I have a motion to approve this agreement between California School Resource Officer Association and the district?
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Roll call vote, please, Ms. Amaker.
President Weinstein?
Aye.
Vice President Wallach?
Aye.
Clerk Wood?
Aye.
Trustee Kelly?
Aye.
Trustee Scott?
Aye.
Trustee Kermode?
Aye.
Motion carries. Business item 5, approval of agreement between STEM Scopes California and TUSD.
Thank you, President Weinstein. Jacobson Middle School convened a committee and they have recommended STEM Scopes science curriculum for grades 6 through 8. STEM Scopes uses the 5E plus intervention and accelerated learning model to provide an engaging STEM curriculum. This is available in a digital format and is enhanced by print materials and brought to life through hands-on kits. The board previously approved adoption of STEM Scopes at the regular board meeting held on April 12th, 2022. The total cost for this 6-year agreement is $394,000, $394,094.70. Excuse me, 77 cents. This would be paid for by the general funds that we set aside for the purposes of textbooks. You'll see in the budget at the very end, we set aside $500,000 a year just to make sure if, for the purposes of textbooks. So with your approval, we'd like to move forward with this agreement.
Questions,
Yeah,
comments?
I have a comment. I did some research on this and got outstanding reviews as a benefit to the kids in our district, so I heartily support it.
I'm happy to hear that.
Other questions, comments from the public? Do I have a motion to approve the agreement with STEM Scopes California and TUSD?
I'll make a motion.
Second.
Roll call vote, Ms. Amaker.
President Weinstein?
Aye.
Vice President Wallach?
Aye.
Clerk Wood?
Aye.
Trustee Kelly?
Aye.
Trustee Scott?
Aye.
Trustee Kermode?
Aye.
And motion carries. Thank you. Business item 6 is approval of a memorandum of understanding between Western Governors University and TUSD. Mr. Intezari, once again.
President Weinstein, thank you. So this agreement between Western Governors University and the district would provide TUSD a teacher that to oversee a student from the university, a student teacher, and the host teacher will have the student candidate actively participate in a wide range of in-classroom experiences to develop their skills and confidence to become an effective teacher. This would be over a 13 to 16 week period. This agreement comes at no cost to the district and provides benefit and access to full-time teaching potential full-time teachers in the future. We seek your approval for this agreement.
Is it just one that gets to come, or could it be more than one?
I would have to look into that. Usually they do it a one agreement per student, but it might be open to more. I can look into that.
Hi, as of right now, there's one, so that's why it's done for this one particular teacher, student teacher. It could, of course, grow. We have an MOU with Cal State Bakersfield, with University of Laverne, National, University of Phoenix, so it's just dependent upon their needs and whether the student teacher elects to do their student teaching within our district.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? Any questions, comments from the public? Do you have a motion to approve the MOU between Western Governors University and TUSD?
I'll make the motion.
Kelly, a second.
Roll call vote, Ms. Amaker.
President Weinstein?
Aye.
Vice President Wallach?
Aye.
Clerk Wood?
Aye.
Trustee Kelly?
Aye.
Trustee Scott?
Aye.
Trustee Kermode?
Aye.
Thank you. Motion carries. Business item 7, approval of agreement between Kern Community College District and TUSD for use of welding facilities.
Thank you very much, President Weinstein. As you well know, the Saracosa Community College leases space at the TEC for exclusive use of that space. Here, in an effort to maintain a productive relationship and allow expanded learning opportunities for the community, the district and Saracosa Community College are proposing to provide non-exclusive use of the Tehachapi High School welding facility. They will conduct 2 college-level courses from 3:30 p.m. to 8:15 p.m. on Tuesdays and Thursdays. Saracosa has furnished TUSD with insurance documentation evidencing that we will be an additional insured added onto their policy, necessary when melting metal, in order to protect the district. This agreement comes at no cost to either party, and we seek your approval for this agreement.
Questions or comments from the board? Trustee Wallach, did you have a question?
No, just waiting for the vote.
Okay. Any questions or comments from the public? Okay, do I have a motion to approve this agreement?
I'll make the motion.
Kelly, a second.
Roll call vote, Ms. Amaker.
President Weinstein?
Aye.
Vice President Wallach?
Aye.
Clerk Wood?
Aye.
Trustee Kelly?
Aye.
Trustee Scott?
Aye.
Trustee Kermode?
Aye.
Motion carries, thank you. Item 8, approval of declaring certain district property as surplus or obsolete in the district office.
Thank you, President Weinstein. Yes, the business department is requesting broken items listed to be removed and declared surplus to be properly disposed of. We seek your approval to declare the listed items surplus.
Questions or comments from the board? Any questions or comments from the public? Do I have a motion to approve declaring certain district property as surplus or obsolete?
I'll make the motion.
I'll second.
Thank you. Roll call vote, Ms. Amaker?
President Weinstein?
Aye.
Vice President Wallach?
Aye.
Clerk Wood?
Aye.
Trustee Kelly?
Aye.
Trustee Scott?
Aye.
Trustee Kermode?
Aye.
Motion carries, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Antazari.
I think we have one more.
Oh, you have one more. Oh, another approval of declaring certain district property as surplus and obsolete in technology.
Yes, thank you, President Weinstein. The Technology Department is requesting that the obsolete and broken items listed be declared surplus. We seek your approval.
Questions or comments from the board? Any public comment? Do I have a motion to declare this property as surplus or obsolete?
I'll make the motion.
And I'll
Kelly,
second it. Oh,
Nope, go ahead and take it, President.
thank you. Roll call vote, Adalia.
President Weinstein?
Aye.
Vice President Wallach?
Aye.
Clerk Wood?
Aye.
Trustee Kelly?
Aye.
Trustee Scott?
Aye.
Trustee Kermode?
Aye.
Motion carries, thank you. Mr. Antazari, well done, thank you very much. We will now move on to instructional services, and Mrs. Paxton, you're back up.
Tonight, we seek your approval for a new Earth Science textbook for a 30-day public review. Members of the Tehachapi High School teaching staff have reviewed and recommended the following textbook for adoption for Earth Science. Title is Earth Science by authors Edward Tarbuck and Frederick Lutyens. The textbook will be available for a 30-day public review at the district office upon your approval.
Thank you, Mrs. Paxton. Any questions or comments on this textbook review? Any comments, questions from the public? Do I have a motion to approve the Earth Science textbook for a 30-day public review?
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Roll call vote, Ms. Amaker.
President Weinstein?
Aye.
Vice President Wallach?
Aye.
Clerk Wood?
Aye.
Trustee Kelly?
Aye.
Trustee Scott?
Aye.
Trustee Kermode?
Aye.
Thank you, motion carries. Thank you, Mrs. Paxton. Moving on to personnel, welcome Dr. Romero.
Good evening, thank you, President Weinstein. So the first item that you have, is a first read for the CTEC CTE coordinator for THS. You received it there. In your summary notes, there is a short, brief description of what the CTEC grant is that was awarded to Tehachapi Unified for the dates including July 1st of 2021 with the ending date of December 31st, 2023. This program is established as a state education, economic, and workforce development initiative with the goal of providing pupils in kindergarten through grade 12 inclusive with the knowledge and skills necessary to transition to employment and post-secondary education. The purpose of this program is to encourage the development of new career technical education programs and enhance and maintain current CTE programs. So the TUSD grant approved application that was submitted and given back and the board had already previously approved did have for a full-time CTE coordinator. So this coordinator would bring more career exploration, guidance, and industry connections for our students through researching, organizing specifically in growing and after-school extended day and out-of-school activities. In addition, this person will work with CTE teachers in post-secondary educational institutions to maintain and create new articulation agreements for the expansion of CTE programs at TUSD site. The CTA coordinator will work with current CTE teachers and partners to develop and implement learning events to strengthen and expand TUSD's current CTE program while ensuring the purity of pathways, thematically identified courses, and professional development for CTE teachers. The attached job description further details other duties that will be assigned to the CTE coordinator.
Questions or comments from the board?
I have one question. Currently, how many CTE teachers do we have?
Thank you, Ms. Libatique. 8.
Thank you. And other than welding, what are they?
We have the home ec. Oh, thank you, Christy.
So welding is not one of our
Oh, it's
CTE
not.
pathways.
Okay.
No, that
It's
is.
a CTE position, wasn't it?
But it's not a THS position.
Oh,
It's a
oh, I see,
Saracosa
okay.
position. So we have our engineering pathway, graphic design, digital photography, woodworking, drama is in our CTE pathway now, business/criminal justice, that's one teacher that teaches two, and information technology. So we added information technology and drama last school year.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Libatique. And the assist goes to.
Go ahead.
I have one question.
Yes.
So in terms of employment, categorical contract.
Yes, sir.
Does that mean the contract automatically renews every 12 months, or?
No, there will be an ending date because this is grant funded. So as of right now, the grant will only go through December 31st, 2023. But who knows, as we saw from the projections, maybe CTE will get some more of that money and it may be extended. But as of right now, that is when the grant funding will end. So that's when the contract for this position would end.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I do talk to a lot of parents that really would like this expanded, that, you know, nursing, all of the different pathways. So, I mean, if we do get a coordinator and can open that up, finding different classes, that would be great.
Yeah, it's definitely a much needed and a wonderful position to be given to us if, you know, so we can add more for our students.
Correct.
Okay, approval ratification of certificated personnel report.
Okay, here we go. So this month's certificated report includes the hiring of 8 open certificated positions and 1 confidential management position for the 22-23 school year. The report also includes the hiring of 4 summer school employment positions and 3 substitute positions. Finally, the report details the retirement of 1 employee and the resignation of 7 employees and 5 expirations of employment due to waiver status.
Questions or comments from the board? Any questions or comments from the public? Do I have a motion to approve the and ratify the certificated personnel report?
I'll make the motion. Oh, well, I'll second it.
Okay, so we have a motion by trustee Kelly and a second by trustee Wood. Roll call vote, please.
President Weinstein?
Aye.
Vice President Wallach?
Aye.
Clerk Wood?
Aye.
Trustee Kelly?
Aye.
Trustee Scott?
Aye.
Trustee Kermode?
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Approval ratification of the classified personnel report.
Thank you, President Weinstein. This month's classified report includes the staffing of 5 open positions and 4 classified changes in assignments. In addition, the report includes the hiring of 85 summer school employees across various departments, 31 athletic coaches, 8 substitutes, and finally, the report reflects the resignation of 9 classified employees and 1 retiree.
Questions or comments from the board?
Yeah, I have a question.
Yes, Ms.
How many SPED students are attending ESY this year?
I would not have that information. I'd have to get that from Dr. DeFrancis.
And the reason I ask is that you have 30 SPED paras, and I realize that the moderate to severe usually require one-to-one, and half of those are at Tompkins where that program is. I was just curious, are there that many?
Yes, because the way the program is separated is all elementary students are at one site, Tompkins, and then all secondary students are at JMS. So we have 2 campuses functioning right now for summer school.
And at JMS, it's moderate to severe also?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay.
Any other questions or comments from the board? Questions or comments from the public? Do I have a motion to approve, ratify the classified personnel report?
I'll make the motion.
Second.
Roll call vote, Ms. Amaker.
President Weinstein?
Aye.
Vice President Wallach?
Aye.
Clerk Wood?
Aye.
Trustee Kelly?
Aye.
Trustee Scott?
Aye.
Trustee Kermode?
Aye.
Motion carries, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Romero.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Okay, moving on. Next agenda item is public comments for our closed session. Members of the public will be given an opportunity to speak on closed session items at this time. Persons wishing to address the board on this item can raise their hand. Are there any public comments for closed session? Seeing none, we will adjourn to closed session at 8:54 PM. Thank you.
Before we adjourn,
I've been at it for 22 years. My patience grows. We know that.
Okay, we'll reconvene momentarily at 8:55 so I can read the closed session items for the record. They are as listed on the agenda. 1, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, paragraph 1 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9. 1, matter, OAH case number 2022-030586. Item 2, Public Employment Governance Code 54957, request for an unpaid leave of absence, classified employee, number 5448. Item 3, Public Employee Discipline, Dismissal, Release, Government Code 54957. And number 4, Superintendent Goals and Evaluation. Now we're officially adjourned 8:56 PM. For closed session, that is. Thank you. Please, sir. Thank you. Messing with my bag of tricks here.
There's Mr. Kelly again.
He's following us.
It's like the ghost in the machine.
Yes, yes, he is.
I resemble that remark. All of them.
Boy, I didn't even have my microphone on.
You know, for a minute, I thought, oh no, we're going to discuss the ghost tonight. Oh, I can't do it. We'll be here till midnight.
They're taking a nap.
You remember a couple times when we got out at 11? After
I
11,
gotta put
remember?
these in the right order, hold on.
God, at that time, your eyes are just going back in your head. You don't even know what you're hearing.
I've done that many times. Just exhausted, you gotta just lay on the desk and go to bed. I'm out like a light. Teaching's hard.
Oops, I had my.
Welcome back. It is 10:08 PM. Report of action taken in closed session. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, paragraph 1 of subdivision D of Government Code 54956.9. One matter, OAH case number 2022-030586. In closed session, the board voted unanimously to approve a settlement agreement with student to resolve OAH case number 2022-030586. The agreement provides compensatory services, assessment, behavior support, and associated legal fees. The motion was made by trustee Wood, seconded by trustee Scott. Roll call vote, please, Ms. Amaker.
President Weinstein.
Aye.
Vice President Wallach.
Aye.
Clerk Wood.
Aye.
Trustee Kelly.
Aye.
Trustee Scott.
Aye.
Trustee Kermode.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Second item, Public Employment Government's Code 54957, request for an unpaid leave of absence, classified employee 5448. Motion was made by trustee Wood, seconded by trustee Weinstein. Roll call vote, please, Ms. Amaker.
President Weinstein.
Aye.
Vice President Wallach.
Aye.
Clerk Wood.
Aye.
Trustee Kelly.
Aye.
Trustee Scott.
Aye.
Trustee Kermode.
Aye.
Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 3. Clarification to second item, the motion was to approve the unpaid leave of absence. Thank you. Item 3, Public Employee Discipline, Dismissal, Release, Government Code 54947. The board voted to approve a settlement agreement involving the discipline of a permanent certificated employee, employee number 3333. Under the terms of the agreement, the employee agrees to serve a suspension without pay of a specified length. In exchange, the employee agrees to waive their right to appeal the suspension and to release the district from any and all legal claims relating to or arising out of the incidents forming the basis of the suspension. Motion was made by trustee Kermode, seconded by trustee Weinstein, with 1 abstention and 1 recusal. Roll call vote, please. Ms. Amaker?
President Weinstein,
Aye.
Vice President Wallach,
Recused?
Clerk Wood,
Aye.
Trustee Kelly,
Aye.
Trustee Scott,
Abstain.
Trustee Kermode,
Aye.
I didn't hear her say Napier. Motion carries. Thank you. There being no further business to come before the board, the meeting is adjourned at 10:12 PM. Thank you, everyone.
Good night.
Bye.